Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, depending on whereabouts in the world you are. I hope you're having a phenomenal day so far. And welcome to our Friday at Farthest Frontier Friday stream, where we are going to be continuing on with New Derpton. The year is 19... Oh no, the year is 24, sorry. And we're just getting ourselves up and running. We've had a couple of attacks, and past flanker last week, or the week before last, apologies, when I last got to play. Well, they may have been an utter arse and left me with a raid to deal with. So let's see how this goes. Good morning, Dr. Sibo. Lovely to have you here. Go. Welcome to Derpton. So you can see we've got a small but growing village at the moment. Our storage and industrial area next to our fisheries with no fish in range, that could be a problem. We've got some clay pits we need to clear out of where our new residential area is going to be. We've got some very small scale farming at the moment. We're doing okay for food in our stores. We've got decent amounts of vegetables and fruit. One of the things that we are going to have to deal with at some point soon. Oh, we're taking everyone out of the weaving. We're a little bit short on population, so we're going to be doing a bit of a focus on making sure everyone's happy to build that pop-up. Our monthly gold income isn't great, and we're running low on wooden planks. Other than that, everything's fine. So last week we sorted out some additional foundry capacity. So you can see just over here we've got a foundry here that hasn't been upgraded fully yet. And then we've got next to that a blacksmith forge. The blacksmith forge, they're doing nothing but producing heavy tools. That's really important for us because if you run out of heavy tools, you can't actually, well, get the foundry working or upgrade some other buildings, like, for example, this saw pit. And then we've got another blacksmith forge over here who's doing a more balanced pull together, making turnabout tools, weapons, and heavy tools. We've also upgraded our fletchers and some of our food storage. So really, it's going to be upgrading our industry next. We've spent quite a while building out forests. We didn't have some great forests nearby.
Mark 3186 just subscribed.
Thank you so much for the subscription, my friend. How are you? I truly appreciate it. So we probably need to do something likewise over here. This is just a hunter's lodge and temporary shelters. But we're going to have to expand our farming a little bit. We're going to have to improve our industry. So you can see this area here is going to be really key for us producing more wood. So we've been, you can probably tell by looking at the fact that all these trees are the same species and age in each area. We've very much focused on building out brand new forests as we go. So we have plenty of wood for the future. And then we've got a mining area over here, just over to the east as well. Good morning again, Mark, says Doc. It's Dr. Z that says, oh, that's my hometown. I used to work as a real doctor selling snake oil in New Derpton. Selling snake oil now. Sorry, I mean, who's our current medical professionals? Oh, we've got some bakeries being built as well. So one of the things that having the tools enabled us to do is to set up the windmills, because we had quite a bit of raw material of grain that wasn't really counting towards our food. So grain doesn't count towards this figure unless you turn it into bread. And the bakery also has the bonus of improving everyone's view on life. It makes, yeah, nothing quite like going around the corner and getting some fresh bread, right? Werner is selling snake oil, obviously a trainee of the true medical professional that is Dr. Placebo. How is our fertility looking over here? So this area is... There's quite a lot of deer here. So we could build some more farms over here or over on this side. We could put a farm here if we needed to. And there's some more fertile land around the edge. But we also need to expand our housing quite a bit. This area doesn't look too bad for that. The problem is the more we expand into areas where there are animals, it drives the animals away, which will impact our food stores. I'm going to have to do something about the our plates here, I think. So going to have to check out haven't really produced much grain. I think we've just bought grain when we needed it so far. And we're not producing any dairy. So we could do with setting up some farms. And then in the gathering and mining, we are producing more coal than we're using, but not by a lot. But we are consuming massively more iron ore than we are actually producing. Hog says, oh yes, Vienna, good apprentice, but she wants to sell real medicine that actually heal people. I could not have any of that, so I had to fire her at the end. Reasonable. So I'm going to do one of the first things is just set up a few more areas here. So I'm going to go for the resources. I'm going to set up an apiary. And on the decoration side of things, get some oak trees nearby, which will help the retain water in the soil here. I'll spend a little bit of gold on building some trees as well. So we want to make sure we have plenty of available room for population and plenty of food to encourage growth. Let's get ourselves market ready as well. by that, I mean I'm going through and just checking if there are things that I'd be happy to sell that we can get ready so when merchants turn up, we're not having to run stuff there right away. No, we've got plenty of flax there as well. Don't actually have very much we can sell right now. Looking through the sort of things we want to sell, I want to sell things that we can sustainably produce. So, our firewood's not looking fantastic. And we've lost a month's worth of food stores this year. It might get a little better because we're back up. Okay, so it's food variety we're kind of lacking at the moment. Okay, that's got grain for the year ahead. Some flax next year. Don't need that much weeding next year. I'm trying to mix our crops up a little bit as well, like helping towards the more variety without completely killing off the fertility. That is probably... See how that looks. I'm not entirely sure about our growing calendar for next year, but it's looking okay. This game runs well on Linux with integrated graphics. Oh, that's cool to know, Mark. I imagine most of this game's challenges with optimization when we think back to like when we first started playing this is more CPU rather than GPU bound. I know this is a long-term project I want to keep going with, but doing a little bit of haulage here. Oh, for goodness sake. Oh, I'm sorry, buddy. That sucks. You're having back problems. We're spending quite a lot of our logs on building this wall. How big a plate was that? 2,800. We can upgrade our trading post. That is something we definitely will do. Because I think that's one of the things we need to do for our next tier. Doing pretty well on soap. Merchant has arrived. Wouldn't normally sell soap, but that is not a completely terrible price. It's not a great price, but we need some gold, and there's nothing else there I can really see that we can sell. But we're not significantly more short of. So we'll get a chunk of the gold out that we can then put into our city. They don't have any stone for sale. Yeah, I think that's probably... all we can do. You know what? I'm going to sell another 100 of this so we can get a bit more cash in. Oh, too slow. There's nothing else amazing there, other than we could have done with being able to buy the horses, but we don't quite have our population where we need it to be at the moment to then get cavalry and horses and all of that good stuff. Hey, cheering chap, welcome, welcome. Version's arrived. That is unfortunate. Thank you very much to see it all. Oh, bad words. We're being attacked. Just too silly to know it yet. I haven't quite finished this wee bit of wall either, so we're not even directing them down a particular path. There we go. Reason that I'm not immediately calling everyone in to ring the bell is that we need to get the crops in. I think our crops are growing. But some coming in from the north. Some of you may die, but I'm really hungry, says that. Yeah, honestly, compared to where it was on release, or like the initial early access release, Cheering Chap, the performance is pretty awesome. Okay, this is actually some good news for us there. The market's going to suck. We don't have a standing army, so they're going to get away with a lot. These fences out. That was a little bit more painful than need to be because we've got these upgraded markets. So there's a place for them to go and attack. We killed 16 of them. Let's ring the bell to get back to work. I'm getting that stone. They managed to get away with no food, so they got greedy. Cody says he's got a copper skin for the RNX to find. Nice. What's going on here? Ah, it's a sell, not a buy. What a numpty. Derp, 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 derp. Okay. Oh, we do now have our much larger and much improved trading centre. I think most of that wall has now been built. Again, as with the other bit, I think this might be a temporary wall rather than a permanent fixture. That's not too bad. Well, if you reads chat, what do you mean? Oh, you a goal. We don't have a huge amount. No, because we're using clay to make bricks. So I can no longer just pull people out of that. Got plenty of food. People are pretty happy with us all round. Our reforestation project here seems to be going really well. But we're almost out of logs, which is going to impact our firewood. So start changing some of the ratios here. This is all about just building that first bit of wall. X5 is the first play, right? So we will be doing armor a little bit earlier today. Is there a first play game on the radar? So I need to what would normally be our first play time at 4. I'm going to be playing armor at. Because I will be away for this evening because I've got to travel for a meeting at 7. So that is the latest I can be around. Give me a wee second, I'll see if I've got any. I've got a pre-release of Retail Company Simulator. So we get for playing so many simulation games recently. So that's not one we've played before. It was one I was offered a key to the prologue, but I've actually got a full release version that I've been sent a key for. I'll show you around for armor. It's the beginning of a new run as well. I'm really looking forward to that, actually. Do something to boost the economy a bit. Street partying nearby and going to eat some random street food with bums and sis. Oh, awesome. That sounds fantastic. Well, I hope you have fun with that. Yeah, I'm looking at starting armor significantly earlier in the day than normal. Because normally it would be about between 7 and 10 o'clock I'd play armor. Today I'm looking at being starting before our first play Friday would normally start. So we can do like a retail company simulator or something for an hour or so as a first play. So short. Things we've not really got a huge number of people doing anything in particular here. So I'm getting these upgrades done for things like our markets. We've got... potentially put some more food buildings on this northern side. I would love to increase my number of labourers, however... We're going to need glassware and furniture next. I think we're going to have a really rough winter because so much of our resource is going into the City Walls project. Vegan foods need breakfast. Actually looking forward to this meeting tonight. I'm actually going to a restaurant. So I'm going to be having Indian tonight, which I am super looking forward to. Did you see the price for the 9000 series that leaked from Best Buy? Yeah, I don't know how much that changes my view on that series, to be honest. As they definitely have an advantage over Intel, who keep fumbling the ball at this point. But I am not looking at it being desperate to upgrade because there's not really any benefit. Oh, that's a problem. Impending blizzard is an issue. Storage. This will get raided every time we get raided, but it's better than it just going to waste. I actually start selling smoked meat. It is a pretty unusual position to be in, but we have shed loads of it. So we're going to need glass or furniture soon, which furniture feels like it's going to be the more attainable one for us. We need pop. We are not growing population. Look at our firewood. That is disastrous. I think isn't necessarily just down to the raw materials. It's that there's the lack of efficiency because we don't have enough laborers. We should be aiming to have 28. We do not have 28. What I might do though is temporarily, let's turn that production off completely and half the production at the Fletchers. And that gets us to 15. Chandler and Cobbler aren't really... It's interesting, Mark. It's really, like, I think that AMD have done great. And I would probably pick an AMD platform for my next PC whenever I build it. But without the addition of more PCIe lanes or better, more motherboards available that better support, like, a Gen 5x2 drives to reduce the lift on PCI lanes, or even bifurcating Gen 5 lanes to Gen 4 speeds so you can have more storage. There's really not a huge amount of compelling reason, and the cost of storage is phenomenally high at the moment. 1 second. So, chat, we have a slight problem. We're going to be rich. Which means bigger raids. But we don't have the population to be able to have our standing army yet. Even if we have the money. This is kind of a risky move. We're selling a lot of heavy tools here because really the only trade item we have, and then using that funding to buy preserves and different food types, which my gamble is I can try and increase my gold over time as well. I don't know whether that's a good gamble or a bad gamble, but it's one of those times where we've got such a significant amount over the top of the normal. Arbitrage between the two and still make money on this. We've just brought in as much of the ore as we can. Transfer some gold back and forth. What I'm thinking is that we might be able to give our, effectively by buying this ore, we might be able to give ourselves a bit of a villager boost for a little while, because we can take everyone out of the ore mines. Which means we're not going to be as rich, which is, I think, a-okay. I'm a little bit tempted to buy some more fish to get the mix of foods up, to try and upgrade some of our housing as well. And my thinking is that by buying all this ore, we've got the foundry will stay busy. We can free up some people to work in other industries, which we can start doing now. Okay. Turn that off. Turn that off. Because we have so much iron then. That puts 6 pop back to labourers. We're still short, but you know. Our food's looking really solid. I don't like having less than 10 heavy tools in stock, but while we've got an opportunity, if we can get the rest of this stone, sell off 3 more of the heavy tools, even though we're going to be overpaying, that should allow us to do some serious upgrades. No, we can't because we don't have... Pulls at 32 is a good price. Not really anything we've got to sell other than we could get rid of some more to buy some tools. But that's not a particularly good trade for us. I feel maybe waiting for AM6 for a different chipset and PCI layouts that should bring us to PCI 6, which finally moves more tolerant signaling standard. Yeah, that's my... I think I'm going to try and stretch my tech until then. Our people are super happy. I'll take the raw end trade deal. Because stone is just one of the things we're going to need for... We need it for roads, we need it for walls. We haven't found any mega rocks yet, so... It makes sense for us to... work on improving that. Start to invest a little bit more in our wells as well. Okay, we're still short. What we can do is maybe turn off one of the two bakers. I think that's going to actually cost us more than it's going to solve. And we could really build out more of our housing stock, I suppose. Oh, they might still be covered by that one upgraded market. That's cool. That's starting to come together over here. Need more clay as we've got more housing. Okay. Oh. Our villagers are pretty happy and healthy all round. use the opportunity to keep building out our housing, I suppose. Having a look through and seeing what we can... Probably does need a restoration gear. We'll keep that going because we've got plenty of food in stores at the moment. Oh, that's a problem. We need to do something to up our fibre production. Our log production should be going back up a bit now because... Oh, maybe I'm lying. I was going to say because our walls are getting to be in place, but they're really not because we're so far behind and everything. Dog says the food I can get, I'm hungry. What's for lunch today, Mark? Yes, Mark. What's for lunch? Next trading stuff we could do with buying some more clay. Alright, we didn't freeze despite the fact we ran out of firewood. Right, road. Yeah, 2 hunters, the predator didn't stand a chance. See, this feels like a potentially new industrial area. There's medicinal roots down here for us as well, which could make for quite an interesting area. There's more clay. I don't know why people are chopping trees down there, but... wouldn't normally sell hides because they're valuable to us as a raw resource, but I'm eyeing the fact that there is more stone there. Some very overpriced tools, but doing a cave smoked fish. Oh, down a little bit. Right, I want to buy all of that clay. Sell some more of these hides as well. Right. So we want to buy all of that. So that solves our clay problem. How full are our granaries? They're empty. I mean, not a particularly sexy trade for us, but... we could buy, like, it's not going to get any cheaper than that for the grain. So it gives us some additional long-term food stores. Not that we're crying out for food at the moment, but still. I think everything else we're okay for there. transfer like 15 of those. Let's see, funny word titles calls. We'll probably be working with a week. Data the database gets overwritten if someone reads part of the process later on, so data can look right for a while, and data on an item gets overwritten with a new, more recent date, and now data's wrong. Oh. Just restocking our gold with this. None of it's an amazing trade, but it will do fine. And that should now mean we have a far fuller granary going forwards as well. We should be getting 30. We're 9 labourers down still. So let's use this, the fact we've got so much clay. I do want to get rid of this as well, so there's a reason for keeping people in it. However, we can get rid of 8 villages there. We're so close then. So much grain does potentially change what we're doing with some of these. Might be too late. We are too late. Ah!
XP higher cheered X100. This city has way too many curved streets. Oh wait, Rue leave.
Rude! You're not wrong. How are you? Lovely to have you here. So we're doing just fine for our food stores at the moment. Is there anything we're desperate to buy here? I mean, preserves would be nice, but honestly, spices. Let's just see what a more efficient economy with everyone moving stuff around does. I'm hoping it will improve our firewood quite a bit, because that's something I'm a bit concerned we've We ran out of firewood twice last winter. So yeah, Fire, how are you? What have you been up to? Lovely to have you here. I think our iron stocks are dropping. But if we can get ourselves more efficient for a little bit on our core stuff, that might be okay. I can hear Plan rustling. I have coffee. Thank you, Plan. Mark says, hi, Plan. I said, destroyed my best weapon in PoE League, so I rage quit the league. Means more time for more Final Fantasy. Oh, I'm sorry that sucks. But, yeah, some balanced time in Final Fantasy seems fine. Are we actually just out of iron ore at the moment? Because we bought shed loads. No, we're not. We've still got some left, but we are going to have to go back down to mines soon. Without a particularly strong trade base and anything, we have done okay, chat, at getting lots of our housing upgraded. It's just getting the pop-in seems to be a real problem. And we know we need 400, so I think we're just going to keep building out some houses and services down here. What could go wrong? First time day, we got some labourers. Woo! Morning, Steve Otter. How are you? Woohoo! Immigrants, finally! Only 6 of them, but we need them for our economy. Not sure 200 firewood's going to cut it, so I'm going to tell them the upgrading the firewood splitter is urgent. Steve says very well, thank you. How about you? I'm not bad, Steve. Got a bit of an odd day today, but yeah, looking forward to getting some more games in. So, chat, what was the thoughts on whether we play Retail Company Simulator or just Armour, or have you got another suggestion for a game you'd like to play today? Oh, there's sand up there as well. Quite a lot of it, so we might be able to do... If we can get a couple more, like, big growth periods for pop, we could possibly try and get that sand sorted out too, so we can get a glassworks over the other side. Because I don't necessarily want the sand to be over here, but that could be useful. Because that will allow us to produce glass, which will let us upgrade more of these houses to increase our tax income. What I'm doing is just setting up a new area here. Make sure we got a new well down there. Let's see what the traders have bought us. Not a lot. Oh, that's an opportunity I can't turn down though, because that lets us keep this going where we're not using people in the clay pits, so we can use them to make our economy more efficient. Which, look how much it's boosted firewood. I know we've had an extra thing. We got the logs, we got the firewood. We could do with getting more stone, but you know, that will come. I'd prefer not to be selling this much clothing, but beggars and choosers here, I think. And we'll do the same for the honey as well. That'll get a bit more out of storage for us, a bit more cash in. There's not really anything else we want to get from them other than get a hold of some of that sweet gold. We may be able to buy some more stone as well. They don't have any other resources here either. What do you play? It makes me want to see if there's an update for Manlords, if it's a bit more balanced now. I've been told about adding fishing or fisheries. Yeah, I haven't gone back to play Manlords for a bit. Partly because I've just not had as much a chance to play as many games as I would like, but also partly because it was getting pretty boring to play it in one particular way. In my humble personal opinion. So I'm hoping some of the changes will make it more interesting again. Until all of this housing is built out. I'm rooting for Manlords. It's, you know, a cool game coming from a developer and a publisher that I both really like, but yes. Killed by Predator. had to dealt with. We can't afford to have our people being killed by predators. Pause it just for a second so we can get... Yep, we'll get as much gold out of this guy as we possibly can. I think that's all we can do there. So let's have a quick look at this guy instead. Got so much more building to do. We are goats as well. Damn it. We're going to need some of our gold back. Don't really have a solution. He won't let us buy the goats without a barn. Or the cows. I don't think we've ever done goats before. That's unfortunate. We don't really have very much trade. We'll get the go thing on just because I want to see how big an area we need. Oh, you idiot. I just destroyed the nuts. Bad words. Never mind. Eleven's 2020. Welcome, welcome. How are you? You likely to check out Speed Freaks next week or sometime soon? Is it? Yes. As long as I'm around, I will play some Speed Freaks because I really enjoyed Speed Freaks. I was just going to check actually. Probably not have this running full speed in the background. I was just checking for you. because you haven't played these games since it first came out. Well, there's a lot of cool changes being made to this game since it first came out. The biggest ones being some of the cavalry, chickens, goats, which I've not actually set up yet. Looks like it's going to be... there. Yeah, there's been some huge changes. They've made some really interesting stuff. Right, I'm just checking using that and that. So I was given I think it was a creator key, not a press key, for Speed Freaks Beta, because obviously we all played it together. But I'm not actually sure I've been sent a early access copy of Speed Freaks, or even if they're doing them. I've just checked all of the platforms. Hang on, there's one more. I don't think I've been sent a key, unless they've emailed it to me. Hang on. Should actually just check my email as well. Hey, Kanina Ricky, how are you? It's getting there. We're well short on our population, but we are slowly moving in the right direction. This needs to be our next priority. Oh. sound effect. Pretty good came out of the job interview. Oh, good luck. I hope it went well for you. Oh. Okay, our food's still up. Our pop are pretty happy with us. Some of them want more clothing. How are we doing for labourers? Doing okay. Have we got any more flax being planted this year? Yes. Okay, well maybe on the clothing front then we can... We can afford to stick some extra people in there. I come back to that. I'm umming and ahhing as to whether to build the wall on the other side of this, because we've got an excavation site there, but we need troops, and I think we're still a little bit short for adding military. I don't know. We need to get the rat catchers set up first, and the market. And the further the market... Ew, bad rats. Freaking rats. I checked it. I don't think I have been sent a key. So we'd have to wait until release. And they know who you are. They have no idea. I barely know who I am. Yeah, I think our first play game today, if people want to first play, because either that or we're just going to roll into armor a lot earlier than normal today with our community server, which everyone's welcome to join, by the way, if you want to get involved with our Armor 3 games in this run. I would recommend you go to your Steam now and download the mods. You can find all the details in the Discord at discord.gg/Imaflanker. In the community service bit, there's a bit you can download the mods and connect to the server already. The reason I say do that now is because the mods are about 60 gig in total. The other bits... do hate that you have to trick this game into doing what you want it to do. So I've got Retail Company Simulator sent to me. I'm down to play a wee bit of X-Defiant if you want to do that. 60 is a lot of gigs, indeed. I'm also down to play, if it depending if we've got people around for it, some Grey Zone or something, or X-Defiant. I'm looking through the keys at the moment. Actually, there is... hang on. Let me check embargoes first. There's Norland. As well, which is the medieval colony simulator from Hooded Horse. We could give a go. But yes, that's why I'm suggesting everyone that wants to get involved in their community armor, go early to get the mods downloaded. It is a lot of gigs, and also doing things like being able to read through the instructions on how to set up TeamSpeak for the first time and stuff. Probably makes sense to do that earlier. I can see it. I don't know. Norland's a medieval colony simulator. It doesn't have a, like. There's, I think the only similarity is the there's a sandbox and that its artwork is that kind of same 2D style that Ludium uses. We clear this out now. We have not. I also have not seen gameplay because the only time I get to play games is on stream, because at the moment everything is super busy. This is an upgrade we need to do. Dude, I can use this game. Okay, now we're down on resource again. That's not exactly surprising. I'm hoping we can get some more immigration this year. Also liked by sand if we can. Do you show replay or watch the VOD? Better go be adult before having to go out tonight. That's fair enough. Yeah, it's up to you guys. I genuinely don't mind. Other than that, if we're going to get a session of armor in, I need to start that by between 3 and 4 o'clock because I need to travel from 7 to this evening. Like, be heading out the door at 7. Hey, see you again. Lovely to have you here. If you haven't checked out Seagane's writings, she's an editor over at Gaming Buzz. You know, check out her latest articles yesterday at gaming.buzz. A new merchant, please sell me sand or something useful. Oh, that's actually a really useful thing. Oh, actually, we can do this. Uh-oh. Whoa, slow this down a bit. Take all that flax. I'll take that money back. Sell that. And transfer the gold. We've got raiders coming in. Over here. How's our iron looking? Gathering and mining iron ore. I mean, our production's going up, but we're still consuming more than we're producing. That's a problem. What I'm trying to find is somewhere I can pull some people from to create an army. Since we still have some industries turned off, it's a bit of a problem. 1,700. This is thinking trading. Doesn't happen often, I think. So, don't actually have any of the stuff for those two. Recruit that lot. We'll be very short on labourers. We can take out one of the bakeries, which will make the people over here very unhappy. And what else can we do? We've already taken a Fletcher out. Condo cobbler. Let's reduce our pottery output because we've got quite a bit of it. 34. Yeah, we are in trouble. There we go. Let's see how this plays out. I think they're running off to go and get their gear. Absolutely, we'll accept those 15 people. We open that bakery. Yeah, village has been stricken with typhoid. That's not good. Oh, you destroyed a hunter's lodge. No, I don't want to disband. What I want to do we lost a villager to that. Lost 7 soldiers and a couple of civilians there. Killed 37 of the raiders. We get our archers to return to barracks. Oh, you cheeky so-and-sos. Really like to get some cavalry soon. There are a couple dumb things, like the fact we've got archers with no arrows deciding that it's still a good idea to run out rather than go and get arrows. They can return to barracks. Not too much damage, all things considered. The battle music in this game is weirdly relaxing. Well, as long as you don't want the soldiers fighting the battle, yeah. Gonna buy, come on, all of that stone. I'd love to buy that, but it's a bit expensive. There you go. I think we've done okay out of that trading. Got ourselves a lot more iron ingots that will allow us to do some building and create some more tools and other things. We sold off a wee bit of coal. Got a little bit more food variety, some fish. We sold some coal off, but we were doing okay for the coal production prior to us being attacked. So I think that's not terrible. Oh, a drought's a problem. Although we're well prepared for a drought, we've taken a lot of steps to upgrade as many of the our wells as possible. It will kill a lot of crops off. They're not particularly resistant crops, but I think we might be okay. One thing I didn't see is any sand. Very busy, yes. Right. Okay. Looks like there's one poor soul going back down the clay pits. I have cut down production already in some of these areas, so people are generally pretty happy. We do need more luxuries, but we just don't have the pop to make them. Because really, to build the furniture, we're going to need probably about 24 pop for a spare to be able to set up that industry. Wonder if you can get a flanker rant. What are you trying to get me to rant about? Other than I forgot I had a coffee and it's now cold. Rougher. Let's say the government in the UK has shelled 1.3 billion UK tech and AI plans. Seems sensible. Honestly, if they were looking at investing in anything, I would suggest that the rail infrastructure would be a better investment. But rather than providing corporate subsidies, paying nurses and doctors more, and providing civil service pay increases, honestly seems like a better move. No rant. Back in a sec. one further thought on it then. If you really wanted to improve the tech sector in the UK and help solve some of the other problems, the things I would invest in are increasing fiber backbones and setting speeds to be 100 gigabit as the target to homes. That's a challenging target. It will take years, but guess what? In those years, we would then be able to be right up there with some of the fastest connections around. Huge investment in new towns and more direct investment in energy generation, because energy is needed for AI models. If you're going to have server farms, they use vast amounts of energy, but also has the benefit that that energy usage would help in traditional manufacturers and also just people. So huge renewable investments would be a better plan than a random fund for AI with no specific goals, because it sounds good. Yes, Labour have said they've, and it already has, changed the rules about onshore wind, which were banned under the last UK government.
Fresh coffee made by Copilot Plus Coffee. Message: picture this, the rich aromatic scent of freshly ground beans filling your kitchen, promising a perfect balance of bold flavor and smooth finish. Our coffee is crafted from the finest ethically sourced beans, roasted to perfection to bring out its unique character.
I did not have a cup under there because I made myself a coffee earlier. Thank you very much for the coffee. For those that don't know, when you support the stream through coffee, it literally makes an espresso. Of which, if I haven't put a cup under the machine, makes a mess. So, the very manly sounds of me running away there to go and grab coffee. Thank you, Mark. On the solar thing, Laz, it's a bit of a... It's not just a straightforward one or the other. My own feelings on solar is that I think it should be a required part of all house building plans. So part of the building regs, there must be an element of energy generation and battery storage. Because let's face it, house prices in the UK are ridiculous anyway. The adding a requirement to have fibre to the property, an element of energy generation from a list of approved elements, requiring that all new housing is built to a A-grade standard in energy efficiency as a minimum, would add, what, 10 grand to a house price? They went up 23,000 last year. Which would also give you more resilience on the grid, having a energy and energy generation and also energy storage. The next step is start offering to retrofit that to existing homes, and things like car parks. You can solar panels are so cheap at the moment, farmers are using them to use as fences because they're cheaper than fencing. And although that's not the most efficient way of using it, you get enough of it, then yeah, let's make energy while the sun shines. But with the arable let's salvage that building. With the arable farmland question, there's actually some evidence to show that depending on what you're growing, there are some crops that are better grown under solar. And also you can do things like look at providing shelter for grazing animals. Grazing animals deal with cutting the grass around solar a lot better than alternatives. So you can, if you made a huge push into reducing the energy cost, what's the UK price at the moment? Have a look. So in the UK, we're currently paying 22.36 pence per kilowatt hour. Which is 28 US cents. In the US, it's 16.3 cents. In France, it's 25 cents. So we shouldn't be getting rid of all our arable farmland. We need to make sure that we're producing more and more of our own food where possible. But where it makes sense to increase yield for farmland and also allow you to have solar and an element of energy generation, that totally makes sense. And retrofitting, like forcing new builds to all have solar generation and be energy efficient will have huge consequences for the economy. Because you bring down energy costs to about half what they are at the moment by really focusing on renewables. And not all energy storage is like lithium batteries. I mean, we've had energy storage for quite a while that's using hydro, where when you're producing too much energy, you pump it up the hill into a reservoir, and then at night you let it back through again. And also, if you want to do things like produce genuinely green hydrogen as an option for vehicles in construction, where in some cases electric doesn't make quite as much sense, then you want to actually use excess electricity to do that, which you could be doing all day, rather than using what they call blue hydrogen to make it sound friendly, which is basically natural gas. So yeah, we shouldn't just be giving up good quality arable farmland. But I think also, I don't think a lot of people understand how much of the UK is covered by And then, by the way, solar's not the only thing. We can do tidal and stuff as well. But there's loads of farmland in the UK that is not good arable farmland. Have a look at the Scottish Highlands. And if you are using it for just grazing farm, if it's not good arable farmland and can't be improved sufficiently to grow crops, then you could be using it instead to graze animals, and you could use solar as an element of that. But on brownfields, what we really need to do is build housing, frankly. Scotland already produced a disproportionate amount of renewable energy for the UK, I think. Yes. Both from, from tidal, from wind. There's lots of onshore wind in Scotland as well as offshore wind as well. So I was recently up in Fife, and there's loads of wind up there. Go and have a look on Google Maps around the Fife coast. I do love this barracks building. Right, that we've taken apart the healer's house that we had because we already had another one because I built it in the wrong place. And I think we want to build another one of these we can here, if not just on the other side. And we need to clear this clay deposit off when we've got more workers as well. Thanks, Praxius. Yeah. But if you reduce energy costs by massively increasing green energy production, you increase jobs, you mean that you reduce heating bills and the bills that everyone has to pay, and it reduces energy bills for businesses, which a lot of the catering sector in the UK, the reason you saw an even higher level of turnover than you would normally expect in that sector was that the energy bills for, you think your domestic bills went up? You have no idea. There are lots of pubs and restaurants that were going out of business with 40, 50,000 owed. Wales had some tidal projects in both Swansea and Cardiff that have been proposed. But again, like, there's two different types of government spending. It really frustrates me when governments do a poor job of explaining the difference, because it gets us into really stupid positions like the last Labour government's private finance initiatives, where to keep spending off the books to make it look good, they were saying, oh, well, we're not, we've done these deals with private companies to build hospitals. Over the lifetime of the hospital and the way that those contracts have been managed, it costs us significantly more than just building it ourselves. If you're doing day-to-day spending, so salaries are at a deficit with income, that's a real problem. If you're doing infrastructure spending, almost always the best time to build infrastructure was 100 years ago, and the second best time was yesterday. So getting it done today is going to be cheaper than it's going to be in 5 years' time, and you're going to start benefiting from it straight away. So building social housing, building with a government builder, an arm's length, building a rail infrastructure, internet infrastructure, power infrastructure, and frankly more water infrastructure, and then charging people that are building private homes, like being relentless with your Section 180 fees. Then if you get planning permission, change the law. So if you take planning permission and then you don't build on it within a permitted reasonable time, then you are forced to compulsory sell the land at the cheaper of the current market value or what you paid for it. And there is precedence of doing that sort of thing. It's what we did with supermarkets years ago. Coffee's good, thank you, Mark. Much appreciated. For a medium-sized business, the energy tariffs went up to about 45 cents per kilowatt hour. Is it decaf? Yes, I'm actually using, trying to use up some of the Grumpy Mule decaf at the moment. Right, we have enough housing, we have enough food, although lots of our food's going to spoil. We had a bit of a rough year for food this year, actually. Honestly, Simon, the last coal power station closing, we've had months and months and months where we've not used coal, and because we closed the coal mines, we don't have huge domestic supply of coal. We do have domestic supply of natural gas. We could very easily, between renewables and natural gas, be energy independent, because coal has only ever been used as a supplement. Well, only ever been used in the last few decades as a supplement to the power grid, and it's not something you can easily turn on and off. It's hugely polluting. Most of the coal power stations are places like were places like Didcot, where no one's super happy to see the power station rolling up. Like, coal would not save us in the slightest if we found that we had real energy problems. And actually, by doing things, if we want to keep steel on shore, which I think we really should, then the way of dealing with that is to reduce the cost of electricity and increase investment in changing the method of forging. And if you reduce the cost of electricity down to closer to 10 pence per kilowatt hour, or 10 cents per kilowatt hour, say, which would be a huge reduction. If the argument is, oh, well, most of our energy usage is in the evenings when we're not generating solar, well, that means we've got loads of solar energy to put back into the grid if we really invest in it during peak times when, like, steelworks will need to use it because they'll use vast quantities of energy, the same with server farms. Is it a good idea to change when we have a major war going on in Europe? Yes. Hang on, let me get the stats for you. So currently, for the last 2 years, 1.6% of energy in the UK was generated by coal. And in fact, it's... I will grab your link. Coal is inefficient. We have to import it. So we're putting fossil fuels into boats to bring us coal, which, if we were talking about being in conflict and shipping routes being at risk, let's be honest, we're not going to spin up the coal mines again. There was a record run in 2020 where actually we already didn't use coal at all for 68 days in a row. So instead of panicking about a coal power station, what we could do is massively invest in solar generation, which means the transmission distance is less. And currently solar is the cheapest form of energy, I believe. Hang on. Yeah, I have to go and find the... So, there's a report there. Also, like, realistically, you could reduce coal. There are so many ways that if coal was making up 30% of our energy mix, sure, that would be rough. At 1.6% of our energy mix, just taking some energy saving steps, which households are more likely to take because of the huge cost of energy anyway, funding better insulation, funding programs for looking at the most vulnerable, funding programs to go out to their homes and fit energy efficient versions of lots of things, you could more than beat that 1.6% by energy efficiency measures, even if you didn't build new generation. The problem with nuclear, although it may be part of a solution, is we still don't have really good solutions to the waste. It's a high-risk target. If you talk about it from a national security perspective, like, the devastation that can be wrought by a nuclear power station being hit versus a solar farm being hit is not comparable at all. And you can take so many... I mean, solar's only, what, 25 to 28% efficient at the moment, and that's with some recent gains. But the cost to deploy, and it's a known technology, and the average... I was just looking at the government's expectations for solar is that they have a 30-year lifespan. And frankly, if we were going to do nuclear, we should have done it 10, 15 years ago. We're kind of a bit late. And we have so much generation we can do. We've got huge tidal generation potential in, like, South Wales, coastal generation up in Scotland, and the Hebrides and the islands. You've got huge potential for wind offshore. We've got onshore wind if we particularly want to go down that route. And there are large parts of the UK that are not really occupied. There are so many options for energy generation, and the storage of energy, we can do things like also solving some of our reservoir issues and look at creating additional hydro, which is one of the most stupid things our collective UK government has done, is privatising the Scottish energy sector, which was producing more energy than Scotland used. We did do nuclear 10 to 15 years ago, and the project's still being built. Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, if you can point to successful nuclear plants, there are not very many. The vast majority of them, you're trying to build new designs that haven't been built, that run into constant delays, that the percentage uplift on the costs is in the billions by the time they're done, that the government doesn't want to fund. Like, there's just... If the government's going to do it themselves with their own money and just go and build the damn thing, and they've got experts and a construction company that is an arm's length government organisation, sure. Anything other than that, it doesn't make any sense. Germany's move away from nuclear is forcing heavy industry to move. Sure. But that's because it's not being pushed with a sufficient... The thing is, it's not an either or. And you could just ignore... So the UK's green energy mix peaked at 87.6% of zero carbon generation on January 4th of last year. With our current generation... So, like the idea that we can't reach there with sustained investment, and there has been no sustained investment by UK government. There have been subsidies, as in we're not going to charge you taxes on offshore wind farms. So, like the problem is that nuclear. Let's say tomorrow we agreed that we found a new area that desperately wants a new nuclear reactor. Love to find where that area is. So we start building a nuclear reactor tomorrow. It's not going to be online for 25 years. There's there's lots of cool theory. It's just not going to be there. And also, the idea we don't have the money for it is, frankly, bull. Yeah, Simon, that's like saying nuclear fusion is going to be the best way forward. It's cool. It doesn't exist today. So we can either wait for a tech that will come around the corner tomorrow while hoping that things will change in the meantime on their own, or we can just massively invest in the renewable technologies we know work today, knowing that they will be generating... Most of those projects, if you speed the planning, tend to be up and running within a year or so of the start date. And if you look at domestic energy generation, things like solar, and then connect that to grid scale storage with things like hydro versus using batteries, you've solved most of the problems. And those sort of domestic projects are incredibly easy to get up and off the ground really, really fast. Permitted development, and then you're just looking at how you can stitch those together. So, I think we have missed the boat entirely on new nuclear capability. And the challenges that we're going to have... Historically, nuclear has been dumped by the UK government in the poorer parts of the UK. And those parts of the UK are the bits that would quite like to get independence because of the absolute shower that were in government until over the last 13, 14 years. So, maybe, just maybe, increasing people's standard of living again, and investing. If you are spending money on people's salaries and that's higher than your level of tax take, that's a problem. If you are investing in something that is a ongoing asset that will generate income for the next 50 years, that is not a problem. Therefore, borrowing absolutely makes sense at a state level, where state borrowing is significantly cheaper than commercial borrowing. And then it also makes sense to make sure the profits stay in the state as well. The energy density doesn't matter, though. Like, let's be honest. Energy density matters only if you are space constrained. Nice stuff. That's awesome. Not the lack of tinfoil hats, but the fact you're able to load in. I'm going to be playing a bit earlier today as well. But like the idea that energy density is the be-all and end-all is something pushed by the fossil fuel lobbies. It doesn't matter. It only matters if you are constrained to exactly the same positions of energy production. If you can, I can't put a coal power station on top of every roof in Wales, and that would be terrible for the environment. And we don't produce our own coal anymore. And to produce it would be hugely expensive and not really create any jobs, and immediately detrimental. The externalities would be very localized. However, if you can put solar panels on top of everyone's roofs, I can do that to every street in the UK. And hydrogen is not the future. You definitely should have added the yes, Braxius. Because things like when people go, oh, well, you know, they're not going to be able to, unless we have huge grid scale storage and the equal energy density, none of that matters. Keep pushing for electric vehicles. Look at what Japan's done with electric vehicles, where they're designed to act as a reverse battery back to the grid, and have been since the Nissan Leaf. So, absolutely. Do you need significantly more generation to produce the same load as nuclear? Definitely. Do you have the opportunity to do that, though, without having an enormous impact everywhere else? Yeah, absolutely. I think hydrogen is hydrogen is a good technology to sit alongside EVs, on the condition that it's only being used for industrial vehicles, and that the generation of hydrogen isn't just using natural gas. So if we build to overcapacity on the UK electric system by massively investing in renewables, what you need to do is effectively move your peak generation to be significantly higher than peak consumption, because then you can do things like grid scale storage, you can do things like storing electricity in EVs, you can do things like there's options for things like salt batteries, but honestly just traditional like hydro is better. And you can also use any excess energy capacity to only generate hydrogen using that excess green electric during the day. And there are decent ways of doing biomass, but biomass is really just a burning things thing again. So it's not an enormous amount greener. Even if you are using... there's several farms in the UK that plant willow as part of the diversity. It's quite fast growing. It lets you create biomass. Also, you can use biomass burners. Quite a lot of UK biomass comes from sludge cake as well, which is poop to you and I. Not an efficient use. I'm going to buy that sand so I don't have to. I'm going to get plenty of cash there. Darcy saw a documentary about people doing that in Scottish Island, lots of wind, solar, using the excess to make hydrogen the clean way. Just needs excess power and seawater, essentially. You could also, it also gives the opportunity, there are other areas that we need to invest in the UK, like in the water system, the parts of the southeast of the UK are more arid per capita than Madrid. So if you have vast amounts of solar, and I mean like truly overbuild, build as if you're going to need triple the energy usage in, you know, the next 10 years, and really focus on things that are low impact to the built environment, things like solar. I mean, there are roads in, I think it was the Netherlands, I may be wrong, they put a cycle lane running alongside a main road, and they covered the cycle lane from beginning to end in solar, so it was more pleasant to ride under because you were covered even if it was raining, so more people are likely to cycle, and it was providing an element of energy generation which could then be used for lighting for the highway, and the excess could be sold to the grid. So I think if you're looking at renewables and worrying, it's because there is a lack of imagination around how you can develop that. I mean, at a governmental level, to be clear. I'm not trying to throw shade at anyone in chat. Because again, energy density only matters if you are using it and for things that have to move and cannot be moved via a network, and if you only have the same square footage. Energy density matters in a car. It doesn't matter when powering a steelworks. In that case, it's overall energy generation versus the density of any particular material. Hey Hendrix, how are you, buddy? Sorry, I didn't see your message. Lovely to have you here. We got a new run of Albenstein tonight if you fancy joining us, or this afternoon, in fact, fairly soon. Power storage is the biggest issue. We have plenty of energy outside peak times. Yeah, but it's an easy issue to solve. Like, the big energy companies pretending that grid scale storage is a real problem. There are a few solutions. The newer version, which is the one that people are pointing to going, oh, I'm not sure about that, is reusing and recycling batteries to create battery banks. Is what Australia has done. One of the solar generation projects in Australia massively reduced the reliance on coal and brought down energy prices just by adding grid scale storage. There are additional battery technologies coming on that have less use of things like lithium, but also you can just use water. you can use water either to create green hydrogen out of it if that's a route you want to take. If you're desperate to create something you can later burn, or you can use water by doing what they've been doing with places like Scottish Hydro for 50 years, 60 years. When was Petlockery? So you push water up a hill when you have excess energy, and then let the water back through the turbines at night. It is not 100% efficient, but it also uses gravity to produce the energy coming back down again. So if you have massive excess energy, pushing water up a hill and improving your water storage is a perfectly viable solution. And we still have water towers we could do the same thing with across the UK. There has just been perovskite. There's been a breakthrough yesterday. Oh, this last week that was announced about making it more stable. As with any new material, it's going to take time, and IR solar is something that is still, much like the other things, future things to do. But they found that they could fill, putting this very simplistically, they could fill some of the gaps, which would then make the material more stable. Norway's been pumping up water storage for ages and selling to the UK en masse. Works well. Yeah, absolutely. There's so many solutions for energy storage that aren't batteries like lithium batteries in your phone. It doesn't have to be a hugely complex solution. It's store water uphill when generating shed loads of electricity. And really, although the peaks are not quite as big, there's still something boring flanker facts of the day. There are times of the year that energy companies will say to large users of electricity, your bill, if you use any energy during these peak times, will be a large multiple. Like not a 10% more, like a multiple times the base cost, which is used to say to big companies, hey, manage your usage appropriately. Don't use as little as you can during these times, because these times are when the grid is vulnerable. And it used to happen about 3 or 4 times a year, I think, contractually with a lot of big users. And I mean, users like utilities. And amazingly, it was very easy to deal with that, because all the utilities did was plan ahead. So you do things like, we would turn off I used to work for a utility many moons ago. We would turn off some of our processing plants during that time. We would make sure that we changed when we used electricity during the day. We made sure that anything that was optional, that wasn't required for the base network to exist, was just not done during those times. And those times only last a few hours. But that was a mechanism used by the UK national grid to manage times of extraordinary demand. And most of the time, most of the peaks were historically when EastEnders was on. Massive use of kettles at exactly the same time between Coronation Street and EastEnders. Yeah, I'm definitely down to read it. Enjoy your lunch, Braxius. Yeah, there's more interesting, like perovskite is an interesting material, but there's more interesting things as well. So a good friend of mine works in venture capital funding for solar technology. And their big thing they're aiming for, and yeah, future goals, not things that exist well today, is trying to improve the outcomes when using to allow solar energy to be generated with that there and that there. Generating energy using infrared light as well as just the visible light spectrum, which is super interesting too. Which is probably, I would say, 5 or so years out at least. How are you, my friends? I think the energy problems in the UK are a lack of ambition and a lack of funding things. We're so focused on whether or not we've got a deficit in year, rather than looking at funding infrastructure, which if you build infrastructure and housing, those two things are virtually never a bad investment. For transport infrastructure, power infrastructure, and if we could stop privatizing things that we spend the money as the public to build and then privatize the profits, and then allow someone to take funds out of said organizations and then socialize the losses. If we could stop doing that, that'd be great. Mass fan and microgen house installation of quality or lack of passive houses are epic. Yeah, I totally agree with you. Like, just changing the building regs to say building a new private home, great, has to be passive. Has to have an element of energy generation, has to have an element of energy storage. Even if what that does is it gives some certainty in very short order to demand for house scale, not grid scale energy storage. Because if house builders are going to have to buy it, then you know there's a market for it. Therefore, for private companies, it's a better bet to invest in the technologies behind it and building some of that close to home. Oh. You look in Scotland, 12% of Scotland's energy comes from hydro. The UK has invested virtually nought in that since... Hang on, let's have a look. So the last one we built was in 2009, so 15 years ago. Which was Glendow near Loch Ness. And that was 100 megawatts. And tidal energy, there are lots of options to look at. Wales, the Severn has one of the largest tidal ranges in the world. There's a lot of interesting tidal power, some of which is being tested off the coast of California. I think there's some around Washington Way as well. And I think potentially off the coast of Canada, where we're looking at wave generation, which is some cool tech that's at an early stage. We need to sort our food out, chat. Because we've done a pretty good job of getting everything else under control. But we actually need more food storage here. I make that a pleasant place to go for decorations, roads and fencing. It's like the back there. Ourselves prepped within our city walls. Let them get that bit built first, but in fact, we may as well just go for the whole hog, right? Or whole goat. There we go. Oh, cool. I will say, I'm looking at the that if you're a hammer, everything looks like a nail, and if you're a professor of the Department of Physics, then I'm guessing the nuclear and the funding for nuclear research seems like it would be an excellent way to deal with an energy crisis. So I'm just trying to find what he's actually been working on recently. 1978. That can't be right. His last papers list is 2007. That might just be the last ones that are being published under Oxford University. Again, like, there's no reason we can't do both, Simon. We've already got nuclear power stations have been given planning permission to go ahead. So give that another 10 or 15 years. Those can be added to the grid as well. But if, like, we can't have it always. Either our priority is energy security or an industry, in which case we want to reduce the electricity price. Therefore, we need to massively increase our generation so that we have no energy independence as far as possible from outside sources. In which case, things like hydro, solar, wave generation, wind, and grid scale storage are the way forward. And with an element of nuclear providing some base load, or if we're really concerned about a war breaking out, which happens. Like, nuclear just makes for a easy target. See Ukraine. Solar provides a more distributed generation, and making sure you've got home scale solar on new houses means you've got additional generation to meet the additional demand that you're creating by building said new houses. And that if the grid is down, you have more resilience, and you can use those batteries as the grid, as has already been done by, I can't remember the firm, there's a firm in the UK that does it for cars as well. That you're hardening the grid then. If we're genuinely concerned about war, then nuclear is a bad option all round. And if someone hits a solar farm with a JDAM, it's going to do a lot of damage to that solar farm. If someone hits a nuclear power station with a rocket, there are some very different outcomes to being nearby those facilities, and the definition of nearby changes massively. Which is why I think, like, we're on a drumbeat to war is a false argument for nuclear. And a false argument for energy density, truth be told. I might leave this side up because we've got our 400. Source of the attack, have to worry about Trident. I mean, sure. Bearing in mind we can't even find somewhere that wants to host Trident. Because if we continue to see policies that are dismissive of Scotland, or we see a continued reduction in living standards, which we have seen in the last 5-10 years, and we don't see new house building, there's nothing we can really kind of shout about as this is a great technology. The Scottish government's position has been since forever that the second they get independence they will kick Trident out. So putting all our eggs into bearing in mind we can't find an alternative base in the UK for Fast Lane if that disappears. The chance of finding some super enthusiastic people who want a power station next to them. Whether the fears on nuclear are well founded generally or not. Fastlane generates lots of jobs. Oh yeah, absolutely. It doesn't mean the Scottish government want it though. And the government have searched for alternative sites to Fastlane. Because the government thought it would be a clever threat to say, oh well, Fastlane would disappear if you weren't part of the UK. And the Scottish government went, yeah, it would. So where we would build these secure inland, not near to an area of threat, nuclear power stations that us and our neighbours across the seas would be happy with, I have no idea. Also, the buddy of US space, not ideal. Yeah, but they don't really. If you have a look at NATO's defensive planning in this area of the world, because of a perceived threat from the north and northern shipping lanes because of climate change, you actually do want naval bases that are very specifically located. Also worth knowing that uranium that we need to as the base fuel for nuclear, the deposits in the UK are too small to be economic. So although nuclear fuel is manufactured in the UK for power plants by Westinghouse, we're literally taking uranium from Asia, Canada, Australia, Africa. So it, again, doesn't really solve many of the same concerns around energy security and not being dependent on third-party actors. So let's do this. So we've done this huge investment in walls recently. So I'm slowly swapping these wooden walls to stone walls so that we've got something of a defense. And really what we want to do is make these double stone walls, but for that we're going to need to do a lot more trading. Trade team is processed not far from Reading, I think. Yeah, there's where is it? Checking what the public information says. So Westinghouse is in the northwest of England, which is where uranium fuel rods are produced. Again, like, process versus manufactured are two very different things. And going back to kind of the start of the conversation, really, the doing our best to ensure that we have a massive excess of energy, so we massively reduce the energy costs, so we're not vulnerable to global shifts in energy pricing by using huge amounts of renewables to create masses more than our baseload, allows for manufacturing to be in the UK, allows for a lot of the other nice things that people would like to do. People talk about having UK steel manufacturing. Well, we need if we invest in that being done properly, using modern methodology and using electric instead of using vast quantities of coal or gas, which coal is what Port Talbot's been using. That gives you way more flexibility in what your energy source is, because electricity is electricity. Most industrial users use the peak amount of electricity during the daylight hours. I've gone too far there. I think I might have done. There we go. So, UK government investing in energy efficiency for homes and massive renewable generation, changing building regs, changing insulation requirements would all make huge differences. I think, yeah. I've been playing this for far longer than I intended. We've made some good progress. We've upgraded loads of stuff. A new trader coming in there. No goats. What do you mean no goats? Our food storage is starting to drop a bit, so I'm actually going to buy all of that. And all of that. Getting all of our stone. A terrible balance of trade for us. We're not currently producing as much pottery because we pulled a lot of people out earlier from our pottery production, which we could go back to doing. Give me a wee second. Let's do that now. So try and clear out the last of this. Increase the pottery so we've got some exports. Switching over to things renewable will bring new problems, such as what to do if there's less wind or sunshine. Then you need gas powered turbines to quickly fill the gap. That's why gas providers are so eager to expand the renewable sector. Up with this high. We were discussing that earlier, Theranim. Only if you don't build grid scale storage and look at things like utilizing home batteries or EVs as grid scale storage. We've had the hydro in Scotland for years. When you have an excess of power, you pump water in. When you need to increase your load, you can effectively generate hydroelectricity. So there are solutions. Also, if we're producing masses of more electricity and we're very weather dependent, you can start looking at green hydrogen, which is an alternative to blue hydrogen, which is basically a way of saying, oh yeah, I'd like to sell you some more natural gas, please. We're going to need to build a barn in 67 days. Can we manage that? Also, that's one of the reasons we've not seen the huge benefit in drops in pricing, Simon, is because the UK electricity price is tied to gas generation price. Also, EDF Energy are a great example of why having public utilities are a good idea, because guess who their ownership is? For all the people, oh, it's much more effective when the private sector does things. They're owned by the French government. It will blow your mind to check out who owns some of the transport companies in the UK. Gas is not our... well, hang on, let's check. Fossil fuels made up 33% of UK electricity supplies in 2023, their lowest ever share, of which gas was 31%, coal a little over 1%, oil below 1%, low carbon sources made up 56% of the total, which renewables were 43% and nuclear was 13%. And that's the thing is, you can invest in renewables and have the project built within a year. There are not many other energy sources you can say that about. So you accidentally muted Braxius? Fortuitously muted Flanker, right? Again, we can't have it all ways. Either we're producing, we aim for producing masses more than the baseload amount that we need, and either invest in grid scale storage or in green hydrogen production or in new hydro or force building regs to have home scale battery systems, so consumers you're not losing as much in transmission because consumers are using the electricity they're producing themselves in their home, because consumers don't use energy during the day at home the way they do in the evening. Like, we're already seeing a less spiky peak load, which is why years ago I worked for a company that owned an energy utility in the UK. I've worked for a water utility in the UK. Like, these things are all things you can overcome really easily. And if you're massively producing more than you need, then you can encourage industrial customers to utilize that energy at those times. You can reduce energy bills to people that are using that at those times, which would also increase the number of consumers taking up looking at small scale energy storage. Hey, Rogans. Today, we're currently using zero coal today in the UK. Solar's making up 27% of the UK's energy mix today. Wind is making up 29%. Hydro is making up 0.2%. Nuclear is making up 13.8%. Biomass at 7.3%. Pumped storage is, in fact, we're storing at the moment on pumped storage 1.55 gigawatt hours. Sorry, 1.55 gigawatts, my apologies. So there is currently no coal being used, and gas is making up 9.3% of energy generation today. With the average carbon emissions per kilowatt hour of 50 grams. You did win. So factually, renewables are today, right now, this second on energy generation, renewables are producing more than other sources. Fossil fuels make up 9% today. I mean, currently the sun is shining, but the wind isn't blowing particularly hard. Like, that's why having this mix and doing things like tidal makes sense, which we don't have a huge amount of right now, and Scotland's a world leader in tidal. And gas prices, us generating electricity onshore will have an immediate impact on UK energy bills, particularly if we can untether the gas production price from other energy generation prices. Because at the moment, no matter how your electricity is generated, because gas is the most expensive way of generating it, your energy bills are based on if the energy you use was generated via gas. If we change that, you would see significantly more benefit. And if we increased our gas output, it has almost zero impact on the cost if price rises in global markets. Same with fuel. Like the idea that pumping more petrol out of the ground or oil out of the ground in the UK reduces the UK energy bills is completely false. All of the gas and oil are sold on global markets at global prices. So if we're helping saturate the global economy, sure, but that's not really what happens. Whereas renewable energy, you're in a much more localized market because you frankly can't transmit. I mean, we have interconnects with Belgium, Denmark, France, Ireland, the Netherlands, and Norway, but Saudi Arabia can't buy our electricity today. It's a far more localized market. So moving towards more and more renewables has a faster and more sustainable impact on the cost of bills and then therefore the cost of manufacturing. Yeah, I'm not saying we'd leave global markets. I'm saying untethering the cost of electricity per kilowatt hour in the UK, which is a UK-based system, would completely change the I could make an escape way there, sorry. Would completely change the way that bills are impacted in the UK, and by switching from fossil fuels, which are always going to be a global market. There is no getting away from fossil fuels being a global market. That's not a market you can just go, oh, well, our fossil fuels are going to be cheaper because they'll get bought and they are transportable. Whereas locally produced electricity and then investing in electricity to run things like our steel plants makes way more sense and will stop you from having these huge bumps in energy costs for things that are unrelated. Because the windfalls were enormous for energy firms the last few years when gas prices went up, because they were selling electricity they were generating with green renewable electricity at prices as if they generated it with gas, and the gas price was going through the roof. Fossil fuels will be key until at least 2040. Folks want green tech but don't want to reduce demand. We're reducing demand, Simon. in terawatt hours, the demand has reduced even in the last 3 years. So from 2019 to 2022, demand has gone from 348 terawatt hours in the UK to 317 terawatt hours. We've reduced demand by 31 terawatt hours, by almost 10%. And being as fossil fuels in our current mix make up less than 10%, and we still have structural problems in the UK where we have some of the worst insulated housing stock in the Western world for our existing housing stock, which we could change by just doing more. You could see that you could change that energy mix, or you could take the option to increase our electricity generation to supply, say, 400, 500 terawatt hours by really focusing on renewables. So, and then looking at things like, let's set that grazing area. I think I'm way too late to do the thing I wanted to do here. But we can set, oh no, that grazing area needs to be massively bigger than I thought it did. Well, fudge biscuits. Is that showing the grazing area now? Yeah, it is. In fact, it needs to be one further over than that. I change it from here again. Toggle building. Bad words. I forgot relocate was a button on here. I could have not destroyed that hospital earlier. Womp womp. Do you have any cattle for me? No. Don't really have anything to sell them either. So yeah, they like if you were to look at switching modes. So for example, if you were moving Port Talbot Steelworks as part of a rescue plan to being, instead of being coal-fired, which it is today, being fired by electricity, you would massively increase demand at peak times and peak generation times, because you'd have to replace that coal baseload. But if you massively increase solar, and if you're looking at moving towards EVs or alternatively powered vehicles, so you will see an increase in the electricity consumption. However, frankly, electricity is far easier to generate from a multitude of sources than it is to randomly find coal or oil. Yeah, a lot of the retrofit ends up being externally clad. Or we could, start steadily replacing UK housing stock, but being as we can't build enough at the moment, since the government got out of the habit of building houses. Get that bit built as well. It's all about political will. Infrastructure spending is not day-to-day spending. It should not be on the same sheet. Build more rail, build more energy generation. More energy generation increases industrial output. It decreases costs, improves quality of life, reduces cost of living. Like, there are so many benefits to it. And if you really invest in new housing and social housing as a core component of what you're doing as a government, you also do things like massively reduce the cost of housing. Since the government got out of building social housing in Thatcher's years, we've never gone back and actually planned, and housing is not an investment asset. It is in fact a roof over people's heads that's non-optional. And if you look post-war, where we built towns like Milton Keynes, Glenrothes, those are successes that did exactly what they were meant to do. I don't object to the selling off practice. I object to the fact the money wasn't then ploughed back into building more housing. Hey, Russ. It's the biggest moonshine operation I've ever seen. You must be on your own supply half of Tennessee. 82 years. We're getting there. That's worrying. We need to do something about this. Resources. Sort this out as well. We'll put an apiary down here. Okay. I think that's the frustrating thing, is there are solutions to all problems. It's just whether there's a will to do anything about them. And being honest with people about what your choices are. Because the choices aren't huge tax rises, or they tend to be... Oh, those are being upgraded already. If you're doing infrastructure spending, that one wasn't. There's the gap. That is the same as businesses borrowing money to do exactly the same, but you can keep more of the profits as a government and do them as arm's length companies. There are lots of examples of arm's length companies that do just fine. The problem is having them directly managed by government wasn't that governments are incapable of doing it, is that voters don't look at 10 or 15 year plans. They look at what they're being promised right now, this second. So governments don't look at 10 or 15 year plans. And if I have to move the finance around and the money that comes in from your water bills goes to government, there's a very good chance that they're going to go, you could sweat the network a bit. We could just not replace any pipes for a little while. And instead, we can promise to spend that money instead that we were going to spend on that on nurses' pay or building a new library or two. And the reality is that, like, government finances and borrowing are not a problem for the UK. If you are spending more on in-year spending, that is an issue. It is not a problem for long-term investment in infrastructure. We have everything ready to be able to get a couple of different animals. I'm trying to finish this pen in the moment as well, because I want to get eggs. Here, maybe? Can't actually remember if the chicken coop needs to be inside the walls. Yeah, credit where credit's due. There is a discussion, or the current new UK Chancellor has talked about having 3-year spending plans reviewed every 2 years for local authority spending and for pay commitments for things like UK civil service, which allow you to forecast a little bit more as to where your money's coming from, or whether you have money or not, for government departments and budgeting, which lets you take some more long-term views. Let's get 9 of those there. We've really not done anything. Okay, so we now have city walls up. We've got ourselves ready for goats, for cows, and for chickens, hopefully. We are seeing our food drop a little bit, but we have got our population almost where we need it to be. It's also time to upgrade that. Oh, bad words. That is not what I meant to build at all. Let's build some shelter. I think there's also some unpalatable choices about like what taxation looks like, because frankly, there needs to be a wealth tax. Currently, it does not make any sense in any economy for people that work to do worse than people who own assets. Because that way a lack of productivity lies. So doing things like charging a 1% wealth tax on homes over a certain value, or looking at doing things like charging capital gains tax on all house price increases. Houses are not meant to be an asset that appreciates in value over time. They are meant to be shelter. There are plenty of investments people can make that will be more productive for the economy, and most housing investment is buying a thing that already exists. That's why private landlords are so terrible for the UK economy. Closing tax havens needs to be done globally. I mean, we have made efforts towards that, but the reality is that what you need to be doing is taxing wealth as in physical assets. I mean, sure, they can sell their home, but if you change the rules for capital gains tax, then you're going to get capital gains tax on the uplift in value between the property being bought and sold. And if you charge a 1% wealth tax on properties valued over, let's say, $1 million, then it will reduce demand and reduce housing price at that level. And if you are holding on to vast areas of land or vast amounts of housing, it suddenly doesn't make sense to just sit on that unproductive asset and hold on to it as a security. And if we're being completely honest, a large amount of UK real estate is owned by foreign investors because the UK is seen as a safe haven. So yeah, you can move out of your 20 million quid pad, but until you sell it, you're still going to have to pay your taxes on it. Also doing things, there's been some great moves recently, like up to quadrupling council tax on second homes. And then if you then very targeted spend that money on building additional housing in those areas that is then affordable and only available if you have been in the area for 5 or 10 years or more, you solve lots of the problems that you're seeing in places like Devon and Cornwall, where the average salary is incredibly low and very seasonal, but the average house price is incredibly high because people are buying them as second and third houses, which don't add anything to the economy outside of the time that you're staying there. Also, charging business rates and requiring hotel planning permission for anything being used as short-term let like Airbnb would stop landlords taking properties out of the domestic market. Like, there are loads of easy ways of dealing with both short-term and longer-term income. See, if you want to deal with the private rental sector and make a big change quickly, you could immediately ban all new buy-to-let mortgages with a equity value of less than 50%. increase the regulation on landlords, because frankly we've had none, and set rent caps, which would also set housing cap. I bet I can look at houses for sale in any given area in the UK and tell you whether or not a house has a HMO license on it. Because the problem is that for too long, easy lending at high percentages meant that landlords basically... let me give you some examples. So on the domestic front, which is more problematic, if you have 80 grand in the bank and you're living in London, that's barely a deposit on an apartment, depending on where you are. But you go, you know what, I'm going to go and buy a house up in Blackpool. I don't want to live in Blackpool, but I want to be a landlord up there. So I'll go and buy a house there. You are at an instant advantage because of your income in terms of getting a mortgage. You then use that as a rental property. You rent it out, you do a little bit of work to it, get it revalued, and then take as much equity as the bank will let you take out. You are now looking like you have an asset, and you also have most of your money back out. Then you go and buy another house in the same area. You're like, oh, that worked really well. I'll do the same, rinse and repeat. And a lot of the housing, if you want to maximize your investment outcome, you'll try and turn into HMOs. And those HMOs will generally be terrible, not purpose-built. And what you end up seeing is that house prices go up in an area despite nothing else going up in the area. Rentals go up in the area. So your house price is going up because I paid more for it. And if I overpay for it, that's okay, because I'll just use that as justification to jack the rent up. Because if I know that there is a larger demand for housing in that area because people have jobs, there's work there, I can keep jacking up the house price. And people say, but you can't do that because tenants will move. Tenants make poor macro decisions. The reason they do that is because if you're renting a property, your landlord ups the rent by £100 a month, and say your rent was £750 a month in a cheaper area of the country for a 2-bed, 3-bed house. Let's say 3-bed. Let's be super generous. And most occupants of a 3-bed house probably have kids. Well, if you just move, the kids have to move school. If you have any health concerns, you have to move doctors. You may have to move, if you move out of the area completely, you may lose your position on a waiting list completely. So you think, you know what, it's going to be really hard, but I'll stay where I am. And then you see a higher and higher proportion of income go on rents. The problem is when you then get to the point where you're like, I just genuinely can't afford this anymore, it is devastating to my finances. You then don't have the money in the bank because you have been trying your best to stay there until little Timmy's out of juniors and you can change him in senior school, or until your treatment plan's finished, or. And you end up in a position then that you have not enough money for a new deposit. You're unlikely to see a security deposit back from a landlord. Even the current schemes, which are significantly better than they were 10 years ago, are still a joke. So you end up then finding that people are getting poorer and find themselves homeless. And you see that over and over again. And they move out of an area completely. Then you see them have trouble finding work. They don't have the support structure. They don't have people to look after their kids. Like, housing is not a product. So, and if you look at a more populous area, so take somewhere like Cardiff, somewhere close to me. Cardiff, there are a vast number of houses that were taken up by private landlords, that they would buy the house and massively overpay. There would be a house on sale for 180,000, and they would bid and bid and bid until they got it for 230. Was the house suddenly worth £50,000 more? No. But what they planned to do was split it, and then they would go and speak to a letting agent. The letting agent would say, well, you need to make a 7 to 8% margin. So take whatever your mortgage costs are, take our fees included, add 7 to 8% on top, and that's the rent you have to charge. So if you had a sitting tenant in that house, you would jack their rent up. And then the neighbouring landlords would look at that and go, oh, well, market rate there. I mean, they just advertised that house down the street now. Instead of £250 per room, It's now working out about 400, so we're going to jack your rent up. Have they invested in anything yet? Have they shit? Like, there are... private landlords do not build new houses, and private landlords leaving the market because they are not licensed or not making the money anymore would mean the houses still exist and then provide mortgages for people that already live there to purchase said houses. Like, you can see it most plainly when you look at where properties were sold under right to buy under Thatcher that have passed into private hands, and then the families moved out to move somewhere else. Perfectly fine. They bought a house. It's theirs to move out of. They can move somewhere else in the country. People do. And then a private landlord buys it and turns the same 2 up, 2 down council house that was renting out for £400 or £500 and still does to some of the neighbouring properties who didn't buy, are then renting out £400 or £500 per room for a completely crap, poorly maintained HMO, taking advantage of people not having anywhere else to go. So, yeah, like dealing with the private rental market by taking Airbnbs, requiring they have hotel licenses, charging business rates to Airbnbs. The difference between domestic and business rates for the same premises, if your council tax is £1,800, your business rates would probably be close to about 5,000. Using that money, like only allowing for private landlords to exist in areas where... Oh, bad words. I missed it again. I need to change that. There we go. Can I? Doing things like saying you have rent caps. We had rent caps until the 1980s when Thatcher removed them, and we had them for 100 odd years. Is not a new idea. That also means that as a business, it is not worth landlords overpaying for properties in an area, which cause inflation in house prices. Because if you know the maximum you're going to get is £250 per room per month, and that's the maximum you're allowed to charge in a particular town, and you want a 7% investment, that puts a cap on how much your investment is. And in the private sector, you see this all the time as well with landlords comparing prices. What they'll do, there's been some changes to the private sector to make the private sector, commercial sector. There's been some changes over time that make the commercial sector behave themselves a little bit better than they used to. Because in the commercial sector, like a city like Canterbury used to have 2 landlords. If you wanted a shop in Canterbury, you either took it from the church or Landsec. And every year, the church and Landsec would separately get together and say, well, we're going to increase rents by 10%. And then whoever did it first, the other one would go, well, if you look at the market rate of the area, we need to increase rents by 10%, which then drove a lot of the small businesses out of those cities. So I think it's my worldview is that housing, there are some things, housing, utilities, transport, that are not a good idea to be in the private sector. And it's amazing how people don't see it. You have... How the heck am I changing this grazing area? There we go. That one. I forgot which button it was. Apologies, chat. So if you are looking at, for example, rail. Rail is very rarely profitable anywhere in the world. There are areas that it is. In the UK, the West Coast Main Line is. It's also at capacity, which is why we need HS2 being built, because of capacity, not the speed, which means that the services are going to get worse. So now we've gone from, oh, we're going to invest in rail really significantly over the next few years. We think it's a really good idea. We're going to reverse some of Beeching's cuts, to suddenly, oh, HS2 is a bad word. We're going to cancel some other rail projects as well. But rail brings communities close together. If you don't want people to use cars, you need a reliable rail service that's affordable. That isn't a commercial good. And people will argue about that with trains, but then if you suggested that we privatised every main road out of every town and turned it into a toll road, that you had to pay what it was worth to travel on that road, which, by the way, a lot of the the main roads in France are toll roads. If you drive from Calais to Paris, you'll find that. People go absolutely insane. Appreciate you. Thank you, lads. I would suggest that government departments don't need to play that much catch up with IT. Government departments need to have a 10-year plan for IT that doesn't revolve around paying for SaaS from either SAP or an equivalent, which if you want to see the outcome of bad IT projects changing because why not, we should change, Birmingham and the city council of the largest city in Europe, largest city council in Europe, is a good example. Do we have anything that we can actually trade? Yeah, the only thing we didn't build was stables for horses. The only thing we're being offered is freaking horses, which we want for cavalry. But there's no way of me building that now. Well... under resources, maybe the stables? I can't actually remember because it's not under food production, surely. Got loads of tier 4 buildings, but... Hey, Russ on YouTube, much appreciated. I think there's the idea that the public sector or private sector just does things better is just false in general. Dedicated resources and proper expertise does things better. And like the water utilities are the great example of that. When the water companies were looking at their leakage stats and the government were pillaring them over them, rightly, when I worked for a water utility in London, there was a third of the network that was 150 years old. A third of the network on top of that was 100 years old. Water wasn't privatized till the 1980s. So there'd been underinvestment in those assets because they're not sexy assets to invest in. So arm's length organizations with their dedicated funding that cannot be touched easily by government, but the profits can go back into government, is a far better way of doing things. And I still can't find where the heck I'm building the stables. It can't be under defense all the way, no? Right, it must be a tier 2 thing. Armory, candle shop. There we go, stable. People don't want to live near it. That's fine. We can put it over this way. With decent enough grazing. Like there-ish. So that's our highest priority in life, and get as many builders as possible on it. Private's always going to have shareholder obligations, yes. Yeah, absolutely. But like the reason that some utilities improved, or rail was perceived to have improved initially under private sector, wasn't because the public sector was bad at running it. It was because if you have a single slush fund for everything, then you're going to find that people will 666. Oh, that's what we'll do. Pause this here just for a second. What you find is that people will spend money on the things that are most in demand to voters at that exact moment, and they will have no long-term aim. Right, all of that stone. Don't think we can afford to pay that for that. So it's just that having stable leadership that is specialist and is a separate legal entity, it doesn't matter who the ownership is, whether it's public or private. Now, public is my strong preference, personally, for most of these things, because there is a public good to a lot of these services that you can't, like, it isn't going to be in dollars and cents that comes back to you, or not through there. For example, if I run a new train line that connects a small town, let's say we put a train station in the middle of Glenrothes, doesn't have one at the moment, theoretically uses one on the outskirts, and then that means that there's more investment in the town centre in Glenrothes. People can get more jobs in other towns and areas, like you can more directly go to Edinburgh without having to get a bus to Thornton or Markinch. Then you'll see people be more productive in the economy and bring more money into the economy in the town. You won't necessarily see that just in the receipts on the train fares. So there is a public good. And a lot of the problems with privatised trains, like, again, let's take Arriva Trains Wales, the last holder of a lease in Wales. Their contract was let to them on the basis they were to prepare for zero growth in the railway. Over that period, rail use skyrocketed. And then people complained that there weren't enough trains, but there was no budget for enough trains in the contract. I would say that the public sector, in areas they get stung, it's because they don't have expertise, because they haven't hired to have expertise. It's not the fact that who owns them. It's because there's people that are not experts trying to make decisions about areas that require significant expertise. So if you employ those experts in the public sector, in public sector organizations, there is zero difference. Do a couple of upgrades on these roads I've just found there as well, because we just spent lots of our pennies. I don't think we're going to be able to get this done in time because there's so much resource to move up there. Although, to be fair, there's quite a lot of builders moving up that way. But if not, we now have all of the things for all of the potential animals, I think. So then when they come this way again, we can buy more. And we've got plenty of gold. 10,000 gold at the moment. We are starting to be a wee bit short on food, actually. We probably need to start getting ourselves some more areas to plant up. It's realistically, you could build open source software for some of the management functions, because what governments tend to do is use an IBM or an SAP or that name escapes me, the other major provider. Let's have a look. Oracle. Sorry, I couldn't remember the name for the life of me. And they tend to take something that's built for enterprise and then try and apply it to some very specialist things in government, which then costs a lot of money to customize. And then if they then find themselves fairly quickly getting to a point where it's been 5 years that the contract was let for, and Oracle or SAP or whoever know that it will cost them an absolute fortune to implement and move anywhere else, so we'll try and sting them on the renewal for a ridiculous amount of money. Then if the government do decide to move, or the local government, the council, whoever it is that's buying the software, they then have the implementation cost all over again on a 5-year let, and are doing massive complex customizations all over again. Whereas it probably makes sense that the UK government commissioned a open source version of software for billing council tax, for example. And then you can have focused development over a number of years, because the government spending is big enough on its own that those software projects make sense. But for an individual council, it makes very little sense to spend millions developing software from scratch and then having to maintain legacy software across multiple departments. And there's still definitely a much bigger market for software in the private sector, absolutely, definitely. But that doesn't matter if you're building specialist software in-house for UK government agencies that is for a UK government thing. Yes, they're absolutely only a coincidence. Oh yeah, I think local government's absolutely fine for local purchasing decisions for the vast majority of things. Doing things like deciding on who's going to maintain roads, who's going to build different projects, who's going to have planning permission given. There's loads of things that should absolutely be done locally. However, there are some things, like software buying for local authorities, that should be done centrally. For specialist software in particular, I'm not suggesting that they go out and build a new word processing software, but for ERP platforms, and I can tell you with some certainty, as someone that works on development projects and has worked on mass billing systems for specialist sectors, it does not cost hundreds of millions to develop that software. You are talking about a few million and an ongoing spend of a few million. Local systems change how that software is used. Sure, but there is a question as to whether it should. And the software I'm talking about that you could look to redevelop or have integrated with an API that integrates into different software. Like, sure, if you're looking at HR software, great. That's broadly similar everywhere in the UK. You don't need to develop your own HR. If you're looking at software for collecting council tax, there is really what we're talking about is differences in rates. And you still need experts in local government for some of these things, but the development could be driven centrally. And I have worked on projects for some of the biggest private sector companies on earth. I've worked for labor unions, and I've done work with governments. None of them are better than anyone else at doing software development. All of them get into the same pitfalls. And all of it is about whether or not you have expertise. Russ, you have never said anything meaner to me, ever. How rude. Well, that hurts. You shouldn't standardize things just for standardizing things' sake. You shouldn't develop things for developing things' sake. If the government decides they desperately need to build Microsoft Office again, they need their head checked. But a lot of ERP stuff is very specialist, and the savings over developing it yourself off buying off the shelf are actually minimal when you you amortize it across all of the local authorities in the UK. Does the customer know what they want? No. And this is this is the thing. Oh, the private sector will definitely know. Yeah, they're better at this sort of thing. No, they're terrible too. There's a reason that you bring in expertise, someone like me, to help identify not only the solution, by identifying like what the problem is and what the next problem is you're going to have to solve, and the next one after that. And private sector companies are just as terrible as that. So you either bring in specialists within your organization for the long term, which you have to pay the rate for specialists then, or you are going to bring in specialists on a ad hoc basis, which costs you significantly more because there's no job security for said specialists. But you may only need them for a few weeks or months for a project. The number of projects that get stuck in management meetings in the private sector versus the public sector versus the labour sector is no different. The public sector tend to have far stricter budgets, and the private sector tend to be more knee-jerk with their reactions to things. And the perception is often the other way around, but I can tell you with some certainty. One of my first jobs in IT was designing a resource system for a retailer. Or effectively, it'd probably be close to a point of sale for a retailer. That was taking them from literally writing things in triplicate and taking copies to their warehouse and their accounting team and giving the customer a copy on carbon paper to being using a HP compact. So HP, what are they called? The little Windows-driven PDAs. Is it iPacs? I can't actually remember now. It's been so long. That project went really, really well. And then they decided they want to expand it. And then they noticed that they hadn't been funding their pension fund, and the IT budget looked very similar to the size of the whole of their pension fund. Guess which project got cancelled immediately? You may see a little stop switching to SAP after years of implementing, go back to a self-made one. Many millions burnt. It's difficult. Ingenico are a hardware manufacturer, Simon. They manufacture terminals versus point of sale software typically. And they are a relatively small player. I suppose they're one of the you're looking at Verifone and the vertical integration with what used to be WorldPay are the biggest player. The HPI pack, thank you, Sea Viking. They were the little handheld PDAs that ran Windows Mobile, not to be confused with the later car crash that was Windows Phone. They were really cool little devices for the time. Smartphones before smartphones. Companies like Ingenico are kind of in a little bit of Flank had no 2XDA thing. I did. I've still got it somewhere. Yeah, Ingenico are actually probably in a little bit of trouble for such a large organization. Because there's been some vertical integration with Verifone, and Verifone wanting to provide payment service themselves, and also organizations developing their own terminal hardware, which used to be far harder to do, but regulations have moved on. So in the US, that's people like Stripe, people like Square, where the only game in town used to be if you didn't use Ingenico or Verifone terminals, you would maybe use a contender like Miura, who made the little terminals that PayPal used for a long time. And I think may have manufactured, I'm not sure about this, but I think they were involved in the manufacture of third-party terminals too. The market obviously depends where you are. And with more and more payments going to contactless, that's a far easier thing for people to compete on terminals on. Excellent, those terminals are fun. We played a lot of that in the 2000s. Yeah, it's one of the only reasons that the US started to moving to modern payments, where they started to switch over from, or started to finally make the switch well after Europe had completed it, to chip and potentially to chip and pin. A lot of US terminals were passing all of the card information in plain text to the point of sale. So if you could read the memory on the point of sale, you could read all of the card details. Look up the Target hack if you want to go down a scary rabbit hole. Whereas and that was why terminals used to be certified to the system, to the keyboard, to the cash drawer, to everything that you used, you'd certify for 100 to 150,000. And then if you made a change, like you wanted to change terminals from the, these are modern terminals, but you want to change to like the VX690 because you'd liked the look of that better than the previous terminal you had, you would have to recertify the whole thing all over again. Whereas now lots of providers it's encrypted on the terminal, instead of the terminal on the point of sale being one thing, then the point of sale transmitted payment details to the processor. It's now a modern point of sale sends the point of sale information to the cloud typically, and then it goes from the cloud, and by the cloud I mean the servers for someone like Adyen or WorldPay, and then they ping the terminal to say I want this much, and there's encrypted communication that the point of sale has zero part in, and back and forth as the payment's processed. And then all the point of sale now gets is a transaction ID, the non-sensitive information, so like Visa card ending 1234, and whether or not the transaction was successful, which is way more secure, which means that the days of charging thousands for terminals and businesses being over a barrel for payment card services are kind of over. One of the projects I was involved in was the first use of a single terminal globally for a large multinational. And it was one of the first deployments where no matter where you went in the world at that time, and we had stores in all over Europe and all over North America, I believe in South America as well at the time. And in Asia, and in Australia, New Zealand, all of the payment terminals were exactly the same. All of the integration was done with one integration. Like, that was a cool project. And all of the payment terminals were managed by, or the communication was managed by the payment processor, versus the point of sale. So there was zero card details ever hit the retailer's own systems. Stop dying! Oh, actually, it doesn't matter quite so much. You're allowed to die, Cole. Oh no, Cole died. Hey Cole, how dare you? I can imagine, Simon. Yeah, Cole, what are we paying you for? We're going to stop your wages if you're dead. It's taking advantage of us, dying. What generosity of fun paying you for years, only for you to die on us? Phew. I bet you died in the upright position as well, so it was very difficult to tell. Right, we are actually getting dangerously close to starving. We're going to need more farms, which I've been trying to avoid, but those new 15 people will actually help quite a bit. So if we go to food production, let's set ourselves up a new farm field. Oof, all of that is truly terrible as a farm. That's not too bad. How big's the biggest we can make that there? It's not exactly a worthwhile field, but let's do it anyway. Right. So we've gone from 12 months to 3. The reason this is important is because we're down to 3. We're not likely to get as many people coming to join us. And we still got plenty of grain in the granary. What I will do is add an extra person to the windmill to start converting that grain in the granary. because that's predominantly not bought by us, and then once it's been converted into flour, our various bakers can convert it into food, which will help support our supplies a little bit. Let's really build out that bakery. It's a little bit closer to our food production, and it's a little bit closer to our root cellars as well. You're in a shop getting lunch. Is 70% chocolate and health food? Discuss. Well. I suppose it depends on what you're comparing it to. So, one of the things is absolutely not my area of expertise. Don't really want to overfish this area. How much cash we got on our trade post? 5 grand. And if we transfer some other items ready. $300 of that honey over. How's our soap production looking? That was something we could export before. Not fabulous, honestly. That seems fine. We'll start to get a bit of a food yield out of in year 3. This is why it's a bit of a problem. We've let the food stores drop so far. And by we, I mean the Royal Ouija. I know it's my fault. Okay, we're coming towards the top of the hour. You need a website that does pop-ups. What for, Laz? And how tech savvy are you? Or the person's going to be using it. Oh, you got to make a guide. So you're just looking for a website that does pop-ups. Yeah, PC Gamer, Financial Times, Telegraph, The Independent. Anything by Future Publishing. Also, most e-com sites. Battle sector or diplomacy is not. I don't have keys for either of those, bud. Give me a second. I'll see if I can put a request in. We covered Moore's Law today? You don't think so? Don't know if Mark is still here to diplomacy is not an option. Is that a game from 2022, Russ? Is it in this month's Humble Choice? July, June. Is Battle Sector on sale anyway? Hey, Sherlock. Kindly say for us. Sorry about the sound cutting out. It's the game cutting out when I'm tabbed out looking at these games. Hmm. I'm going to turn the speed down, chat, and hopefully there's no invaders. I'll be back in just a second. I have to go and get my door. Sorry, Russ, the no sound was because I was tabbed out and I was trying to do a thing quickly and failing miserably. Having a minor technical thing I need to deal with. Twitch doing Twitch things. Well, according to Twitch, none of you are watching on Twitch. Cool, Twitch. Nothing like the, I think their API's gone down for one of the things I check. Nothing like the sheer panic of realizing that it's saying viewership 0 from Twitch. I was like, well. Alright, last thing where we're going to have the sound cut out just for a few seconds. Can confirm I'm not here, say shut up, right? Right. Russ, you were asking about a couple of games for First Play Friday. Honestly, I don't have press keys for either of them. I could possibly look at doing them next week, but I'm going to have to prep a lot of stuff to be able to play either of those and install them as well, which is not great. I think what I might do is switch straight to doing the new run of Armor. Online since 4 minutes, right? Now Twitch has gone, oh yeah. You're streaming. You topped up the meter. Well, actually, that's something I could check. Yeah, I'm down to have a look at them, Russ. I'm writing them down. I just, I think I didn't have enough time this week. It's completely on me to provide the list of like the first play games we had. Oh, can we solve our crisis of food before we... Not with him. Damn it. That is exceptionally expensive for fish. Probably need to... This seems like an excellent time to stop for next week's flanker to be annoyed at. One moment. There you go. Devian Hexweed's rant. Good thinking. Do you not manage to find your battle safety key on Humble though? Yeah. No. I honestly didn't look. I looked as whether it was on sale anywhere. Because it is a not particularly, I suppose the towel's fairly new on it. I don't know how many people are that interested in watching a short notice playthrough of it. And I don't know enough about it, so I can try and aim to have a look at it next week. Because I can dig it out. I will have a key on Humble because I've got Humble Choice. But if it's not on sale anywhere and it's not got something new that's just come out, it doesn't tend to perform particularly well, that kind of game. Much as I enjoy playing them. So I might see about going for giving it a go next week. Let's save this here. That seems like an appropriate stupid name. Let's just check it's saved. Radiers. Yeah, not Raiders, because I type good. Yeah, I will take a look at it, Russ. I just would rather give it a go when I'm prepared for it, if that makes sense. Oh, you are kidding me, Laz. Okay. Right, give me a second. Looks like I'm updating some servers then. Has there actually been an update to it? Sorry, chat. Not your fault, but it's taken 6 hours to get everything up. Is this a new message, Laz? All right, Jack, give me a second. I'll put some music on and we can figure out what we're going to do then. When people ask why I don't like mods in games, it's not I don't like mods, it's the management of said mods. Let's have a look. Well, I'm having a look at the server now. Give me a few seconds. Right, I tell you what. Either way, if you're watching on YouTube, we're going to switch over stream. There'll be a new stream up in just a second. If you're watching on Twitch, we'll just need to take a short period and we can try and give it a go. It's saying it's fine. Yeah, sorry, I genuinely can't do 4 things at once. Give me 2 seconds, chat. Here you go. Let's do music first, then server.
drinking Kool-Aid cameras like I did when I was 9. Cause I like to pretend that I haven't lost the time. In the end, the nostalgia, though it tastes fine, I can only drink a couple cause it feels like a lie. We'd play Halo and we'd lay low in our basement until the sun began to rise. We would go to school but not learn too much, cause it's hard to read when you've got tired eyes. Months go by, the time it flies, past the days that we drink Kool-Aid in the summertime. Years go by, the time it flies, past the days that we drink Kool-Aid in the summertime. They've been with me for some time, and it's nice to know that they still by my side. Friends are like stars, cause no matter how far, when it's dark outside, they will be your light. We'd play Halo, and we'd lay low in our basement until the sun began to rise. We would go to school but not learn too much, cause it's hard to read when you've got tired eyes. Months go by, the time it flies, past the days that we drink Kool-Aid in the summertime. Years go by, the time it flies, past the days that we drink Kool-Aid in the summertime. I've been drinking Kool-Aid cameras like I did when I was 9. Cause I like to pretend that I haven't. We would go to school but not learn too much, cause it's hard to read when you've got tired eyes. They've been with me for some time, and it's nice to know that they still by my side. Friends are like stars, cause no matter how far, when it's dark outside, they will be your light. We played Halo, and we'd lay low in our basement until the sun began to rise. But now learn too much, cause it's hard to read when you've got tired eyes. Months go by, the time it flies, past the days that we drink Kool-Aid in the summertime. Years go by, the time it flies, past the days that we drink Kool-Aid in the summertime.
Chat. Give me another second. We're going to be switching over. There's a link in chat for the switch over the streams to YouTube. We're going to switch to Arma 3, and there's probably going to be a tech support stream for a little bit. I do apologize. Probably not as interesting as playing Arma, because one of the mods is updated apparently yesterday that after we updated our servers, and now isn't working for some people if they've got the latest version from Steam, so I have to redo that, which took me 4 hours yesterday, so I'm hoping to do it in a bit faster. But yeah, give me a few seconds. I'll put the music back on again, and I'll be back as soon as I can. There's just, yeah. I do not have the time for this today, unfortunately, to do anything off stream. So, yes. Yeah. Oh, it's cool. Now my browser's not working. Awesome. Let's try this again.
I've been drinking Kool-Aid cameras like I did when I was 9, 'cause I like to pretend that I haven't lost the time. In the end, the nostalgia, though it tastes fine, I can only drink a couple 'cause it feels like a lie. We'd play Halo and we'd lay low in our basement until the sun began to rise.
I will catch you guys a little bit.
We would go to school but now learn too much, 'cause it's hard to read when you've got tired eyes.
Catch you a little bit. The new stream.
Months go by, the time it flies, past the days that we drink Kool-Aid in the summertime. Years go by, the time it flies, past the days that we drink Kool-Aid in the